sitting here. Oh, my back. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It is June 4th, 2024. This is the public hearing. Call this public hearing to order. Only item of business is the ordinance 2024-06, an ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. At this point, the podium is open. If anyone would like to come up and speak on the budget, now would be the time. Seeing no one, we're going to go ahead and close out the public hearing, and we will re-adjourn at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is June 4th, 2024. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. First, we're going to have the presentation of colors by the Fire Department Honor Guard. Then we will have the prayer with Alderwoman Haas and the Pledge of Allegiance with Alderman Waldron. If everyone would please stand.
Arms.
Everyone bow your heads. Our Father in heaven, thank you for bringing this great group of citizens together for our Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting and for the presentation of colors by the Fire Department Color Guard. Father, please keep Alderman Hobbs and her family in your prayers due to the passing of her grandmother. Keep them, all of her family, safe travels as they go to Pennsylvania for the services and returning home. Father, please bless our first responders, our police officers, and our firemen. Keep them safe in this hot weather. Father God, please bless the citizens of our community. Keep them safe. In all these, we ask in your Son's name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Arms. Right. Face. Forward. March.
Thank you. First order of business is to approve the minutes from the May 2nd, 2024 workshop and the May 7th, 2024 regular meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Now moving on to presentations. Chief Mays.
Call up Officer Darby and Cameron Snyder. Come on up here. All right, you are here. This is one of the great parts of the job. So I'd like to present you with this citizen commendation for coming to the assistance of one of my officers, Officer Darby. And the details of the event are as follows. On April 15th, 2024, K-9 Officer Darby was in pursuit of a wanted subject that tried to drive her car through traffic, striking a black Ford Fusion. When the suspect realized she was stuck, she fled from the vehicle on foot and ran down the I-24 West on-ramp off of Waldron Road. Canine Officer Darby initiated a foot pursuit after the suspect when he injured his left hamstring. During this time, Mr. James Snyder, known as Cameron, observed Canine Officer Darby to be injured and offered assistance by transporting him closer to the suspect. With the assistance of Mr. James Snyder, Canine Officer Darby was able to secure and arrest the wanted subject. So a citizen commendation is presented to a civilian or citizen in recognition of commendable service through assistance and support rendered to the LaVergne Police Department. So it is my honor, my privilege to present this citizen commendation to you.
Thank you. Excellent.
In addition to the citizen commendation, I would also like to present you with my Chiefs of Excellence in Service coin. I give this to my officers when they do a job well done. I want to present that to you as well.
Thank you so much.
So thank you for your assistance.
Thank you.
All right.
Good job, sir.
That is very wonderful to see, and again, thank you, Cameron. We appreciate you very much. Moving on, we've had nobody sign up for the public comment period. Now we're going to move on to departmental reports, and the police department. Chief Mays, you're back up.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, you have the report before you. There are a couple of items that I just want to highlight at face value. The report may raise some eyebrows, but I just wanted to go over a few things. The residential and business burglaries, 2 of those were residential. 1 resulted in arrest of a subject. 3 were business related. The hours and the days of the week that these are occurring are Friday through Sunday, sometime between 3 a.m. and 8 a.m. Robberies shows a 200% increase. That involves the bank robbery, in which we had 2 subjects rob the Regions Bank. We were able, through the Alpers, to identify our getaway driver, and then we were later, through investigative efforts, our detectives were able to identify the actual bank robber himself, and we have warrants out for that individual as well. And when it comes to the increase to assaults, that includes domestic, and approximately 59%, is 59.1% of our assaults are DV related. Moving on to the next page, arrests, you see some red, but these are actual, in my mind, these are actual good things. We have increased our number of arrests 85%. We have our DUI arrests are up 78.9%, and drug-related arrests are up 29.1%. And I believe that's because of our proactive efforts that we're doing as a whole as a department. Because of our increased traffic activity, I believe that directly correlates to our crashes and injury crashes, which are down 43.4% and 37.5% respectively. And our traffic stops are up 20.4%. So things are trending in the right direction. I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I do appreciate you giving our Honor Guard an opportunity to present the colors tonight. It's a new unit for us, brand new uniforms. We've had a couple of events that we've been to. I believe we've been contacted by the high school, so definitely a public service. So thank y'all for allowing us to do that. I hope that you've had an opportunity to review the monthly report. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. I think everything's trending well. You will see an increase in the courtesy inspections as part of our pre-fire plan that we do annually. We try to make sure that we visit every single building in the city. Reduces property loss, protects lives, and then it provides us a safer environment if there is an emergency there. And is there any questions about the new fire station?
Chief, tell us about the new fire station.
Well, I think right now you'd say that we're close to our newest contract date. You'll see a change order in front of you tonight that they've asked to increase their contract date by 28 days, and that's based on delivery of the front doors, the bay doors. They're a very specialty item. It's been delayed in manufacture. We hope that will ship by June 17 if we're lucky. Each one of those doors could take as much as 2 days per door to install. So I feel real confident in where we're going. We're making progress every single day. Just a really good quality product that the contractors have put on that site for us, and I think this will serve the city for a long period of time for sure.
So other than the doors, it should be ready by June 8th?
No, sir, it will not make that timeline. We had the previous change order, moved them to June 15. And he was saying, the superintendent was saying he believes he can meet that date, but their actual contract date is now July 18. So either if they make it then or not, we're still within those parameters.
We've waited this long, we can wait a
100%.
little bit longer to make it
Yeah, you'll see we put
much
concrete
as
down.
perfect as possible.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So I'm real proud of it. We've got a lot of things that are being delivered and installed, so it's really looking nice.
Chief, do you want to speak at all on the apparatus? Because it's a little bit different this time than last month. We've actually got, for 41, the engine squad and the ladder.
Well, we'll put the ladder in service. Ladder 41 when engine 41's out of service. So we've not put the tower in service yet.
Okay.
So that's just a reserve piece of equipment that we move over to into that frontline service.
Okay. That's
You
why-
will see the extra runs. We've got staffing levels high enough that we have been actually placing some of our squads in service to run medical rather than running a large piece of fire equipment, some of that medical costs. We're trying to reduce some of the wear and tear on the fleet.
And that's the direction we want to move.
Yes, sir.
Saves wear and tear on the bigger machines.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. 96 help desk tickets for 669 man hours devoted to those. So our past event was the block party was May the 11th. Upcoming events, July 4th, that's our Independence Day celebration. Upcoming meetings on June 17th. We've added the beautification at 5 p.m. Parks will be at 6, and then historical preservation at 7. July 4th celebration, gates open at 5:30. Veterans Park, 115 Floyd Mayfield Drive. Zone status will take the stage at 6 o'clock. As of now, we have about 18 food vendors. Zone status plays a little classic rock, country and dance, hits from the 50s to now. Fireworks at dark, approximately 8:45, 9 o'clock. And no personal fireworks are allowed on city property, including sparklers. So we're just trying to get that out of there because a lot of times it's a madhouse trying to track down all of that. Any questions?
David, can we work with Ann and get something out on social media about that as well, just so that the general public, I know with police, fireworks are always a struggle every 4th of July just because of how rampant it is. And Bruce, are the the different fireworks tents, are they posting the dates in their tents as far as when it's illegal to fire?
I really don't know.
Okay, can we get with them and ask them to do that this way at least it's there, no one can sit there and really say it's not. I know
Yeah.
it's a big struggle every year for people.
And I think that was included in the original press release, but we can try to highlight that, push that a little bit more. Just an FYI, we generally shut down the Greenway parking lot, the main parking lot, a day or so ahead of time, because if we don't, we have no way to police that, and it's just a madhouse over there.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Moving on to the library, Miss Donna Bebout and the amazing library.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. You can see our numbers there. We kind of held steady for the month of May. We will be closed on June the 19th in observance of Juneteenth. Now to get on to the fun stuff, summer reading. Our summer reading began June 1st and it goes through July 27th. We kicked it off really big on Saturday at 9:30 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. We had Bruce Amato, the magician, and we had 288 in attendance for just the magician. Our number for the attendance from the 9:30 to 12:30 was a little bit over 600. So we were very, very pleased with the turnout. That was with the rain and with no bounce house and no inflatables. Everyone came and they still had a wonderful time. We had face painting. Of course, the magician was there. We had a lot of coloring and just a lot of fun. The social atmosphere was amazing. So everyone picked up their summer reading bags and started checking out. I can't wait until we can give you our circulation number next month of what all that we checked out, because on that day, and I'm going to say the wrong number, but I want to say we checked out about 500 items. So that's pretty good. And that was in that 4-hour period. If you can look at, oh yes, got them nice and big up there. Check out Glenn and the mermaids. We had Nina and Jewel with us, and everyone loves mermaids. Glenn came in to check out our server, and next thing I know, he's taking off his coat and saying, "Hold this," and I get to take his picture. So we were very excited to have the mermaids. They are beautiful ladies, and children and adults alike love them.
I'm sure everyone loved his shirt too, right?
Pardon?
Everyone loved his shirt too,
Oh,
right?
of course, of course. He was sporting that well, and his hat.
You hear that?
And then you see the pirate lady there with the giraffe looking on. This was a little bit of a pre-show before the magicians. The children this year were amazing. They were ready to listen. They were ready to read. It was so much fun. You know, this is my forte. This is how I started life, is teaching preschool, doing story times. And so now that I'm the director, I've had to take a little step back. But oh my goodness, when I get up there, it's just so much fun. I don't know who has more fun, myself or the children. So it was great. Come by the library, pick up your summer reading bag, check out books, videos, audios, listen to e-audios, read e-books. Just have a good time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Are you going to talk about the international dancing tomorrow?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Miss
welcome.
Carol. So tomorrow,
I thought you said thank you. I thought she was done.
tomorrow we're very excited to be a part of the International Folk Fest that comes to Tennessee and to Middle Tennessee this time of year. We were proud to have Mexico come to be with us. They will be there tomorrow. There will be 33 dancers. So we did not have a room big enough to hold all the dancers and all the audience, and they like to pull the audience in to dance. So we are actually doing it in the gallery. And the gallery is when you walk into the library, and it's the big hall that leads to the windows. We're moving everything out of the way, and there's going to be chairs for our adults. Kids can plop on the floor, and our dancers can dance their hearts out. It's going to be a great, great event, and it's one that we haven't done in a long time. I think the last time that I had the International Folk Fest was when I was at the Senior Center. So this is exciting for us.
I actually got to see them perform last night.
Did you?
And they're a very, very talented young group of students.
Good. Good. Which group did you see? Was it Mexico?
It was Mexico. They had the different students playing. The trumpeter was amazing, but they were playing violins, guitars, and then they had all the dancing. They were tossing some of the girls into the air.
Oh,
they
wow.
were going around in circles with the girls laying back as the guys were spinning them around. It was absolutely amazing. There were representatives from Murfreesboro, from Smyrna there, Carpe Artista. It was a completely amazing event.
That sounds wonderful. Well, along with that, our wonderful HR director is going to be there tomorrow. And Andrew, tell them what you're going to be doing.
Are you going to be dancing?
Playing little tiny cymbals.
Ooh.
I just found out.
We'll have to get him to dance as well.
Yes.
Hey,
So-
I hear he's
You want
got
to join me, Vice Mayor?
You know, anyway,
that wasn't an answer.
we're on TV.
Still wasn't an answer.
I do invite everyone who gets an opportunity to come over at 10 o'clock tomorrow. It will be great. So, any questions other than those?
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Finance Department. Miss Danielle.
Hello. Included in the packet is the financial summary report. The general fund, the revenue is 31 million, expenditures is 36 million, so that's a difference of $4.3 million. The rest of the information are the other funds. Page 2 is your financial summary for the cash statements, or the bank statements. And then you have page 3. This is my first meeting doing this. So if you would like the format changed or it presented in a different format, just let me know. Graphs or whatever, try to make it more exciting, especially since I'm following Miss Donna. It's kind of hard unless I'm in a mermaid costume to follow her. Next time. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then moving on to the ever exciting Mr. Danny Campbell with the water treatment plant.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. I know exactly how you feel, Miss Danielle, so kudos to you. It doesn't get any easier, so, because Miss Donna's pretty awesome. Hope you've had an opportunity to review our monthly report for May. A couple things to mention. After the approval of the TOC analyzer that has been ordered, should be shipping this week and next week. The majority of it this week, and then one main component next week. Also, our annual flushing program should be starting. The plan is to start on June 24th, so Monday the 24th, and continue through all the hydrants that need to be flushed.
And what can residents expect to see and experience with their water during that?
Water everywhere. No, just kidding. If that happens, call Deeds. Now, what you can see is you might see some water quality issues of being stirred up from the lines, maybe some dirt debris in the water. If it doesn't go away within a day or two, please give us a call at the water treatment plant, 615-793-6536, option 2. I knew that question was coming.
And I'm sure, once again, we can get something put out on social media just to kind of alert people when we actually get started.
Yes, sir. And I will have Ann, I send her weekly, or should send her weekly updates, I'll put that on me, about where we're going to be flushing the week before, or the Friday before the Monday starts, or Monday morning for the week.
Okay.
So that everybody's aware of where the flushing is going to be taking place.
And then do you want to walk us through the customer service complaints?
No, thank you. No. We had 3 customer complaints this month. One was for no water. One was for a customer to have well water tested. And the last was for no water pressure on their cold water only. So, yeah. So that's a water treatment plant issue, of course. For that, and I'm being facetious, but that for the no water pressure, they did have work done by a plumber that day. It worked. Plumber came. It didn't work. They were advised to contact the plumber to kind of troubleshoot that issue, For the no water complaint, the customer's meter was actually locked off, so they were advised to contact water billing and try to, resolve that issue through water billing. For the customer that asked to have well water tested, I actually called that customer. I did not receive a phone call back. I left a message. In that case, if we don't typically test that well water, I can't tell them, hey, it's okay or it's not okay. So what I I will do is advise them to contact a local laboratory like Pace Laboratory out of Mount Juliet and have them run any tests that they're looking for to have completed.
And the cold water?
What's that?
And the cold water?
Oh, cold water was the plumber. Yeah. So,
Any other questions?
any other questions?
Thank you, Danny.
Me, it wasn't me.
No, I'm looking at it.
Okay, moving on to old business, second reading ordinance 2024-06, an ordinance to ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. We did have a public hearing on this at 6:30, and no one was here to speak. Need a motion to approve or deny.
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2024-07, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 equitable sharing fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Yes.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2024-08, an ordinance to amend Title 20, Chapter 2, Section 20-204-13 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding park hours. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to first reading ordinance 2024-09, an ordinance to amend the LaVergne Municipal Code by deleting Title II, Chapter 3, the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Second from Vice Mayor No. I'll go ahead and open it up.
You know, I just got to say that I know how this vote's going to go, or I think it is, and I just want to say I'm going to miss all these folks that I've been chairman of for 6 years. I know they're still heavily involved with the senior center now, and they're looking forward to helping 50 forward. So,
Any other discussion on this? Alderman Waldron.
no.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2024-10, an ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 4, Section 18-406 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding Service Connect fees. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2024-11, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 12, Resolution 2024-15, a resolution of the City of LaVergne to appropriate funds to nonprofit organizations for the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Resolution 2024-16, a resolution to accept Section 2 of the Finch Branch subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28th, 2024. I'm sorry, May 28th, 2024. I make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2024-17, a resolution to name the new Fire Station 41 headquarters in honor of Richard Ricky McCormick. I make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Heck yes.
And I vote yes. Motion passes. Number 15, motion to approve an amendment and restated water operation and maintenance agreement with Inframark LLC. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the Economic Development Advisory Committee. We have a vacancy that's been there for a little bit with the resignation of Floyd Dennis, who moved out of the city. And then we have Eric Tudobaney's term that is expiring. We do have one applicant, which is Tabitha Howard, and Eric does wish to remain on this board. So I would appoint them both back to this board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. And then last but not least, we've got the Local Emergency Planning Committee. We've got one term vacant, and the staff recommends appointing Danielle Brown to fill the vacated finance position. I will appoint her to that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. Moving on to the to mayor and alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Again, check on the elderly, and make sure your pets have ample shade and fresh water. That's it.
Alderwoman Haas.
Everybody stay safe.
Vice Mayor No.
Going to say it, as I've said it before, fireworks are coming. Our police are going to do the best they can do, but we need help from the citizens out there. People are not going to obey the laws. It's a given. So when you start hearing fireworks, if you can pinpoint the location, call the non-emergency number. Keep calling the non-emergency number. That's what they're there for. That's what they get paid for. Help us out, though. Don't just assume that they are going to be there, because if they've got other more important stuff going on. But fireworks is coming. That's it.
Well, with that, fireworks are coming, so be sure to come out to Veterans Memorial Park for our Independence Day celebration with zone status. Should be a lot of fun. I hear that the two chiefs are going to get up and sing the national anthem together for us, so it's going to be wonderful.
The chief financial officer, right?
No, but we are going to have HR. HR will be playing the cymbals behind you. So I wanted to mention, I'm very excited to see that the budget passed. This has got all kinds of new things for the city. You've got a new codes enforcer that would come on. You've got whether it's 3 full-time positions for the or for the police department. We've got community service coordinators. We've got some lieutenant positions with the fire department. Rehabbing one of our parks, Mankin Park, and the walking trail, working on the Blair West extension, and lots of engineering projects, because I know Gary loves all of those. And just, it's going to keep moving the city forward. And so is it a perfect budget that has everything everyone wanted? No. We don't have unlimited funds. So this is doing a great job with what we have, and it keeps the city moving forward. With that, call this meeting adjourned.
clap really loud so we can get started with the show. Louder! Hey, it's great to see everybody at the library. I brought a little water to cool everybody off on this hot day as we make a splash in the library. Try not to squirt any babies. A little bit of water. Oh my goodness, excuse me, sir. Working hard, that scout is working hard. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Make it grow, Dad. Make it grow. A little bit of water for everybody back over this way. Oh, and everybody up front too. Oh, that's even more disgusting. Pardon me. Hey, is everybody happy? No, is everybody happy? If you're ready for a great time, say, I'm ready. I'm ready. You know what? They say a smile is just a frown turned upside down. We're going to turn our downside up. So everybody help me. Shake out your hands. Put one finger in the air. Turn to the person on your left side. That's that side. Tap them on the shoulder and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Be careful. Turn to the person on this side. Tap them and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Just remember there's a million things that you can do at the library. You can come on in all the way around that way. We have plenty of room on the floor over here. I need somebody to help you with a magic trick on stage. Would that be you, sir? Come on down right there. Clap loud for that young man as he comes this way. Oh, you gotta clap louder than that. You might be next. Hello, hello. Stand right there. Smile. You're in show business. What is your name? Ethan. Everybody say howdy, Ethan. Ethan, I've got two handkerchiefs, a yellow one and a red one. We're going to tie them together, Ethan, with a good knot. That's the best way to tie things is with a knot. Does that look like a pretty good knot, Ethan? I tell you what, you hold on to those two handkerchiefs. Perfect. And I'll get out my super summer, where did I put them? So, sunglasses. Here they are. What do you think, everybody? They're perfect for making a splash at the library. You don't have to worry about breaking them. That's for sure. On the count of three, you say go, and Ethan and I are going to do a cool trick with those sunglasses and those handkerchiefs. Ethan, hold them tight. Here we go. On the count of three, say go. 1, 2, 3, go. Just remember, there's a million things that you can learn to do. Whoa. The library. Ethan, did it work? I think it did. Look, 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 look. Whoa. How about a hand for Ethan? Turn around, Ethan. Turn around. Ladies and gentlemen, the next American Idol. Take a bow, Ethan. He's humble too. Clap loud for my friend Ethan. He did a great job. Thank you, buddy. Hey, welcome, Mom and Dad. Welcome, grandmothers and grandfathers, to the show. We're so glad that you're here today. Before we go any further, and before we do anything else, we need to make sure we're all ready to start as a group. So everybody, shake out your hands. This includes the grown-ups back there in the cheap seats. Just shake out your hands. Put your hands right in front of you. Good, good, good. Lower your hands a little higher. Put them right in front of you. I'm sorry. Some of the humor's for the grown-ups. But obviously that's no good either. You keep your hands like that. I'm going to put my hands like this. Now when my hands cross, right in the middle, when you see my two hands pass in front of one another like that, at that precise moment in time, I need you to bring your two hands together like this and make a clapping sound. Let's try it. So my hands cross once, you clap once. My hands cross twice, you clap twice. My hands don't cross, you don't clap. You got it. Cooperation. Big word. Needs to work together. Let's try it. Ready, set. That was okay your first time, but some of you were a little bit early. Lots of you were a little bit late. And some of the grown-ups were going like this. But I'm not pointing any fingers at those ladies over there. Hello, ladies over there. Let's try it. Hands up, get ready, get set. With my hands crossed, your hands clap. Ready, set. Oh, but don't clap unless my hands cross, okay? Remember, wait till my hands cross and you clap. Let's try it. All together. Ready, set. More than once. Follow me. Good. Better. Uh-huh. I wasn't dancing, was I? That won't happen again. This time, fast or slow, you follow me. Hey, I've got an idea. Let's do it in slow motion. Are you ready? Slow motion. A little faster. Bad, better, good. Notice how it sounds when we work together. I didn't stop yet. Some of the grown-ups didn't start yet. They're just staring at me. You can do it, sir. Thank you, thank you. Faster, thank you. You're beautiful. Thank you so much. Welcome to our show. Be sure that you laugh and clap while you're at the show today. Please do not wait till you go home to laugh and clap. It'll be too late. You'll be sitting at home later this afternoon, eating your afternoon snack. And all of a sudden you'll think back to the library in LaVergne, and you didn't clap while you were at the show, and you didn't laugh while you were at the show. So right there at your table, you might start going, your mom will think you are loony. You know what? Your mom already thinks you're loony. But we are glad that you're here today. Be sure you laugh and clap. I brought the newspaper with me today, and I was going to read you something out of the newspaper, but I can't find the right piece. Oh, here it is. I got it. Here it is right here. It says, it was about the show. Miss Lorna, did you see this in the paper? I was in the paper about the show. I'm famous. I'm a legend in my own mind. It says, that's not it, just a minute. Oh, here it is. Here it is, right here. About the show today. It's, that's not it. Just a minute. I must have grabbed the wrong piece. Oh, here it is. It says, that's not it. That's the weather. It says, today in LaVergne, Tennessee, that's where we are, it might rain. It might rain so hard, it could rain cats and dogs. I've never heard of such a thing. Ma'am, have you ever heard of such a thing? It says if it rains cats and dogs, be careful when you leave. You might step in a poodle. A puddle. We're going to have to ask a grown-up for a date on that joke. Let's see. You know what? I must have grabbed the wrong. This is very embarrassing, everybody. I must have grabbed the wrong pieces of paper. I know I put that paper in here somewhere. Would you help me fix this mess? On the count of three, would you say Shazam? 1, 2, 3, Shazam! We'll just start over. That might be a lot better. Oh, now you can clap real loud. Oh, wait. Come on. I know what you're saying. You're saying, better than I thought he was going to be. Let's see. Oh, here it is right here. It says, today at LaVergne, the public library, that's where we are, we're going to have a wonderful show starring the beautiful, starring the talented, gorgeous, good-looking Miss Lorna. Hey! Oh, it's the pink hair, I think. You know what, Miss Lorna, we do want to thank Miss Lorna. She's been working hard all summer to see that you have a great time and all free at the library. I think we should clap loud for Miss Lorna right now. Thank you, Miss Lorna. You know what? She's here to help you learn. The more you read, the more you know, and the more you know, the smarter you grow. Oh, I almost forgot to show you my favorite trick of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Watch closely. Watch. 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 I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Ta-da! It's my watch. It was a joke. You didn't think it was funny? No, Mr. Scott, you just took it off your wrist. Ha, ha, ha. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time for me to share with you one of my favorite stories. It's sort of like a fairy tale, but it's for grown-ups, too. Once upon a time, there was a king, and everyone loved the king because he always made the right decisions. The king always knew just exactly what to do. One day, the king made a decree. That's like a law. That anytime his subjects met one another, they had to share something. And way back in those days, what the people had to share were called warm fuzzies. You see, way back then, at birth, every person was given a very special magic bag. And whenever they wished, they could reach inside their magic bag and pull out a warm fuzzy. While you might be walking down the street when a total stranger came up to you and said, "You want a warm fuzzy?" And when you said, "Uh-huh," he'd reach inside his bag and pull out a small, round, yellow fuzzy, just about the size of a little girl's hand. But when it saw the light of day, it would bloom and blossom and grow into a large, round, shaggy, warm fuzzy. And as long as when you got it, if you gave it, you'd always get it. You got it? Good. It goes like this. Warm fuzzies are the things we do. Give one, and it would turn to two. Watch. When you are nice to someone, watch. Along your way, watch. The things you do for others. Treat them like they're your brothers. Makes this another fuzzy day. Watch, 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 everybody. I forgot to tell you about her, the mean, miserable hag. She was so mean and miserable, she was not even allowed to live in the land. She was so mean and miserable, the only thing that made her happy was seeing everyone else mean and miserable too. So the mean, miserable hag made up a mean, miserable lie about the warm fuzzies.
Don't you know if you keep giving away your warm fuzzies, you're going to run out?
I will?
And so will everyone else. Then what will you do?
You mean someday I might reach inside my small, soft, fluffy magic bag and there wouldn't be any warm fuzzies left? At all! That's so sad!
And once you run out, you won't have any more. So there.
Ew. We're back to our grown-up part. People throughout the land became very careful about giving away their warm fuzzies, even though there was a warm fuzzy every time they reached into their bag. They reached into their bags less and less and less. Soon the people throughout the kingdom noticed a lack of warm fuzzies. They thought perhaps that hag's lie was true. Perhaps there was a shortage. But the king said they had to share something. So the hag came back and sold everybody one of these. They looked like fuzzies at first, but they weren't warm. They were cold. And they weren't soft or fuzzy either. They were hard and they were sharp at the corners. They weren't warm fuzzies at all. They were cold pricklies. And nobody liked pricklies because they're cold and they hurt people. Why, everyone made a big deal whenever they gave away a warm fuzzy. Look at me. But they usually gave a cold prickly instead. Well, the wise king knew he better do something before the warm fuzzies disappeared altogether. So the wise king once again came and called his people all together. And he made yet another royal decree. People of the land and citizens of our schools, something wonderful has happened to the warm fuzzies. Now, every time you give one away, it will become two. One to give and one to keep. So if you want to have a lot of warm fuzzies, give away a lot of warm fuzzies. One brave kid tried it, and he found it worked. Whenever he gave his fuzzy to someone else, he still had it. One to give and one to keep. He could give his warm fuzzy away to anyone, anytime, anywhere, and he always had plenty for himself. That's because he did as the king said. And like the king said in my story, just like at your school, at home, just like on my scroll, warm fuzzies are still around today. You can't see them anymore, but you can feel them. When you do the dishes for your mama without being asked, or take out the trash for your dad, or help a friend or a teacher or a neighbor, whenever you give yourself to help someone else, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. Would you help me with this? Come quickly. And when that fuzzy snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, hello, would you stand right there for me? When it snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, they feel warm and fuzzy all over. You know what? So will you. What is your name? Would you hold this two fuzzies for me? Squeeze them tight, comfort. Both hands. Stand right here. Perfect. Everybody say please. And thank you. Open up slowly. How did you do that? Wow. Hey, you know what? Cold pricklies are still around too, though. And when a prickly lands on you, sometimes it hurts all the way inside. And sometimes you feel lonely or embarrassed or angry or confused. Sometimes you just want to cry. Now, there is no law, no man's law anymore that says you have to give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies to anybody. But I'll let you in a little secret. You do and I do, we all do, young and old, short or tall, big or small, all of us, each and every one, give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies every day to everyone we ever meet by the words of our mouth and the attitudes of our heart. I'll let you in on another secret. That wise old king, he never did anything special to the fuzzies. He didn't have to, because he knows that love has a magic all its own, and the more you give, the more you receive. How about a hand for that? Wow! Look at them all. Look. A baby. It's a little warm fuzzy. It's a big warm fuzzy. Regular. Super size. Jared before Subway. Jared after Subway. It's a pretty rich Jared. Hey, well, you know what? Whenever I share that warm fuzzy story with boys and girls and moms and dads, they always ask me after the show, Mr. Scott, may I please have a warm fuzzy? Now, depending on where you're from, you might ask that question in different ways. I get to travel all over this great country of ours, and you know we have so many different kinds of people in our great country. When I'm in the South, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, even in the northern part of the state of Florida, where I live, people in those areas have little accents in their voice. Maybe you heard this. Maybe you have this. It sounds a little bit like this. Excuse me. Excuse me. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, I was wondering something. May I please have a warm fuzzy? I love that. Not long ago, I was in a place called New York, the state of New York, and they have a place called Long Island. And there's kids on Long Island. I was there, yeah? Are you from there? I spent a whole week there one night. Yeah. No, I was on Long Island, and the kids, they have accents on Long Island too, don't they? And on Long Island, when they asked me that question, it sounded like this. Hey! Yo! Mr. Scott, can I have a Nerf ball? No matter how you ask the question, though, the answer will be all the same. Whether you're from the South, or the North, or out West, my answer is always the same. No, I can't give these away. I have to use these for my next show later this week in a place called Boca Raton, Florida. Well, you know what? The kids everywhere, moms and dads everywhere, need to remember something, and I do too. But I teach my kids this, that warm fuzzies aren't things you can keep in your hand. You can't keep a warm fuzzy in your pocket, a box, a bucket, or a bag. That's just a story. Real warm fuzzies are respect and goodness kept in your heart. And when you share respect, goodness, and love with those around you, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. And a real warm fuzzy beats a Nerf ball any day. How about a hand for that? Hey, you know what? Speaking of warm fuzzies and hands, I need somebody to help me with a special magic trick on stage. So put your hand up high and a smile on your face if you'd like to help. Oh my goodness, these are lots of smiles. Look at all these smiles. I see a young lady right down front in the purple. Would you help me, ma'am? Come on down, clap loud for her as she comes this way. Oh, give her a big round of applause. Hello, stand right here. What is your name? Amber. Everybody say howdy, Amber. Nice to meet you, Amber. Thanks for coming today. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you being here. Ooh! I kissed my own hand. That's disgusting. Amber, how old are you? You're 8 years old. What grade will you be in when school starts? 4th grade. You're going to love 4th grade. I spent the best 3 years of my life in 4th grade. It was fantastic. That's not funny, ma'am. I'm still in therapy. Now, Amber, stand right over here for me. Amber going to be in 4th grade. Also, I have a daughter that's going to be in 4th grade, one that's going to be in 6th grade, and a couple more little ones that aren't in school yet. And Amber, where do you go to school? You're going to a new school next year? Wonderful. Well, you know what? I know at school we can make all sorts of great things. In the library this summer, we are making great memories, reading all about the sea, making a splash, and I hope you've been diving into some books. So I brought some tissue paper to make something with. You know what the word origami is? Yeah, that's when you take a piece of paper, you fold it, and you make something. It's the Japanese art of paper folding called origami. And we're going to make something out of this tissue paper. Have you ever gotten a present wrapped in tissue paper like this? For your birthday in a bag? You know what I'm talking about, right? That means they're in a hurry, but they still love you. You know it's true. 2 pieces of tissue paper. One is yellow and green, and one is black. If I have 2 pieces and rip them in half, that makes 4 pieces. Very good. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Wonderful. Wave your pieces of paper in the air like I'm doing. Very nice. And a loud voice for everyone to hear you, Amber. Say, I am the amazing Amber. Perfect. Try this. I will now perform magic and sleight Never mind, I got carried away, sorry. Put your two pieces of paper together, Amber. Hold them at the top. That's the bottom. I'm messing with you, sweet pea, I'm sorry. I'm just teasing you. Tear them in half right down the middle for me, Amber. Just tear them. As best you can, you tear them when I say go. Ready? Set. Are you sure you're not homeschooled? I tell you what, I'm going to tear mine. Tear mine again. I homeschool my kids. Tear them again. Actually, my wife does. I'm the principal. Tear them again. Tear it one more time. Hey-ya! You're the Karate Kid. You know what you made? All the moms know. We made a mess. All the dads are going, who's going to clean that up? That sums up marriage right there. Now, we're going to recycle this mess. Amber, hold on to all those pieces. We're going to recycle them. We're going to make something out of them. But first, we're going to need a magic word. Who has a magic word for me? Do you have one? Yes? Have a banana. That's a good one. Do you have one? Just a minute. Have a banana? What did you say? Oh, abracadabra. I thought she said have a banana. No, thank you, sweet pea. I already had a banana for breakfast, lunch, and apparently dinner. That's no ordinary banana, Amber. That's my top secret experimental from 3 Mile Island and NASA banana. It's my iBanana 4.0. It's ringing. I'll answer it. Yellow. Hang tight, grown-ups. These are about to get a lot worse. See if you can catch all 9 of them. Who is this? Really? It's Bob Dole. Hey, Bob. Really? He said he thinks my act has appeal. Hey, Bob. Thanks a bunch. What? Really? He's going to put my Nana on the phone. Hi, Nana. Everybody say, hi, Nana. Hi, Nana. No, LaVergne. No, Shirley is not here. That was the little Chiquitas. Listen, Nana, I'm in the middle of a show. This is getting rotten. I got to split. No, man, the kids don't get the puns, and the grown-ups are looking at me like I'm a fruit. Bye, Nana. Everybody say, bye, Nana. That woman drives me bananas. Everybody help. Put your fingers in there like this and wiggle. Don't point at me. I'll turn into a banana. Point her to Amber and those papers and say, have a banana. Say abracadabra. Say hocus pocus. Bow-legged locust. Fish bones choke us. And the best of all, please and thank you. Amber, blow on the pieces of paper. Let's see what happens. You know what? When we don't give in, Amber, we don't give up. We don't lose our head. We stop and think instead. Sometimes amazing things happen. And Amber, this summer, we're learning about diving into books, making a splash at our library. And the more you read, the more you know. And the more you know, the smarter you grow. And as you read, you can do all sorts of amazing things, even magic tricks. Amber, we have made something perfect for you to go to the splash park with. A beautiful hat for a beautiful young lady named Amber. Give her a big round of applause. How did you do that, Amber? Amber, come here for a minute. Is your mama here? Where's your mama? Ooh, way back there in the cheap seats. Hello, Mama. Is that Dad? Yes? Yeah. She says yes, you say no. This is not Judge Judy, my friends. Dad, can she have this paper? He said you could have it. Put that paper hat on your dresser when you go to bed tonight. When you wake up in the morning, $1 will be under it. Just tell him I said that later. Clap loud for Amber. Thanks, Mom, for the buck. Hey, Amber, don't wear it to the splash park. It'll turn your hair green and yellow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, back by popular demand, my favorite trick of all time. Watch closely. Nothing up my sleeves except my little arms, which were birthday presents from my mama. Watch. I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Da-da! What? Wait a minute. I already showed you that? You already saw that trick? I already did that? I'm starting to repeat myself. Never mind. You still didn't think it was funny, did you? Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time to bring somebody out that's been surfing at the library all summer long. His name is Elroy the Raccoon. He's back here behind the stage, and if you clap real loud, I'll bring him out to see us, but you gotta clap. Come on, Elroy. Where are we going? We're going out this way. Come on. Oh, you gotta clap louder than that. Come on, Elroy. Where are we going? We're going out this way. Come on, they're clapping for you. No, you can't, Chip. They're all here, ladies and gentlemen. This is my friend Elroy T. Raccoon. The T stands for Tennessee. That's where I'm from. He's from East Tennessee, a little town called Maryville. Straighten up, look your best. He came today to be with us, Elroy. Settle down. Straighten up. Hey, chill out. What are you doing, Elroy? I'm chilling. Or what are you doing? I'm playing possum. Elroy, you're not a possum. You're a raccoon and you're a puppet. I'm a what? You're a puppet. You're made out of rubber and fur. I'm not even a ventriloquist, Elroy. I'm just a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I'm a puppeteer. I love Three Musketeers. No, I didn't say I was a Are you light and fluffy in the middle? Elroy, stop. I didn't used to be. I didn't say I'm a Three Musketeer. I said I'm a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I am your mouthpiece. You're my mouthpiece? Yes. You're my big mouth, Elroy. Straighten up. I wanted you to come today to LaVergne. We're back at the library. Stop. Must be looking at the fish. Ricola. Elroy, turn around. What are you doing, Elroy? What are you doing? Don't do it. Elroy, stop staring. Elroy, hey, baby, what's happening? Elroy! Excuse me, young lady, I apologize for that, Elroy. Elroy, my little chiquita. Elroy. My little babushka. Elroy. Will you be my Valentine? Elroy. Valentine's Day is over. Now straighten up. I wanted you to come today. You been in the Elroy, Mr. Scott, we're at the library. What? Excuse me, sir, we're at the library. We're lying about berries? No. Library. We're gonna go lie down in the berries? No, Elroy. Library, it's where you read. Oh, I love to read. Yes, and you've been at the library reading? I have been reading. What kind of books have you been reading? Joke books. You've been reading joke books. Yes, I have. That's wonderful. Tell us a joke from one of the joke books. Do you remember one? I remember several. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? May I who? May I kiss you? Elroy! There is no kissing during the... Oh, that just got me! I've been kissed by a raccoon! I've been kissed by a people. Elroy. Listen, Elroy, maybe you have another joke you could tell us. I have another joke to tell us. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Cargo. Cargo who? Cargo beep beep. Meow. That's the joke. Uh-huh. Cargo beep beep. Meow. Yeah. Cars are not going to beep beep. Meow in LaVergne. They don't? No. What do? They go beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. How do you know? The police told me on the way to the show. Straighten up. Listen. Elroy, Mr. Scott, yes, maybe you have another joke for us. Knock, knock. Who's there? Olive. Olive who? I love you, baby. Elroy! You know what, Elroy? When was the last time you were in the library? Today. Yes, but yesterday at the library, remember? Yeah, we were at the library yesterday. And what happened to you while you were in the library? You were running. I was running. And you shouldn't have been running. No, I shouldn't have been running. What happened because you were running? I slipped and fell. You slipped and fell. Why did you slip and fall? Because you were running? No. Why did you slip and fall? Because I was in the non-friction section. That's a librarian joke. Straighten up. Listen. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. I can tell you're not real. You got your surfing shirt on, though. You got that at the beach? No, I did not get this at the beach. This is Build-A-Bear brand. Elroy. Maybe you could tell us another joke. I have another joke. Go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Let us who? Let us get married. Elroy. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. No, you're not real. As a matter of fact, you're made out of rubber and fur. Because you're made out of rubber and fur, I can take your arm like this. And I could twist it. You won't be able to feel it because you're not real. So I could twist it once. Can't feel it. Twice. Can't feel it. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Ah! It's the big one, Elizabeth. It's the big one. Wrong show. Elroy. Maybe we should do the trick where you float in the air. Right? What? You know, the trick where you float in the air. You're not Chris Angel. Elroy, now come on. He thinks he is. Elroy, we're going to lay you down right here on my leg. That does not look safe. It's all right. Do I need my helmet? No, you don't need a helmet. Mr. Scott, yes. You said you're from Florida? Yes, I am from Florida. Your leg looks like it's from Canada. Elroy. You need a tan. Elroy. White boy. Elroy. Just relax. Look into my eyes. You got something in your nose. Elroy. You will now become lighter than air. Had breakfast at Taco Bell. Elroy. I ran for the border. Elroy. I got the chalupa. Elroy. Now come on. Where's the boat? Elroy. Where the boat leaves from goes that round. Elroy. Ladies and germs. Elroy. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gerbils. Elroy. It's girls. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and squirrels. Elroy. The art of raccoon flotation. Do not use this puppet as a flotation device. In case of emergency, I will be unarmed. Elroy. Now come on. Ladies and gentlemen, Elroy the raccoon will now rise like a biscuit. You will now rise. The great art of levitation. Rise. It's working. Rise. Rise. No strings. No wires. That's amazing. That's ridiculous. Elroy, you ruined my trick. How about I have for my friend Elroy the raccoon? He did a great job. Everybody say bye, Elroy. Bye, Elroy. No, you don't say bye to yourself. You say bye to my friends. My friends named Elroy. What are you doing, Elroy? I have a message. For who? For Miss Lorna, our librarian? Let me go tell her. No, Elroy. I love you, Miss Lorna. Elroy. How embarrassing. It's the pink hair. Elroy. Clap loud for my friend Elroy the raccoon. He did a great job. My apologies, Miss Laura. Lorna. Hey, you know what? Miss Lorna and I were talking before the show, and guess what she said? She said sometimes boys and girls come to the library and they check out books, which is what they're supposed to do. But they get home and they forget to take care of the books. They forget they borrowed them. They get home and they leave them on the ground, and their dog or cat comes along and chews up the corner. Or baby brother or baby sister gets a hold of the book and tears the pages out. Do you know the library has its own books just for babies? So if everybody didn't take care of the books, guess how many books we'd have in this library? Zero. Well, there's always that one that nobody checks out, but we'd have very few books in the library. So if you'll promise me that you'll take care of the books when you borrow them, and Miss Lorna, look back there, Miss Lorna, you can't miss her, and say, I promise to take care of the books in the library. Now look at your mom, your dad, your grandma, to your teacher, whoever brought you. Don't look at me, I got 4 of my own. Whoever brought you, and say, I promise to behave the rest of my life. And all the parents said, amen. Now, hey, you know what? These are books on magic tricks. Oh, eyes back up here. We're not quite done. You can find magic books in section 793.8 of the Dewey Decimal System. Mom and Dad, you do know when we talk about magic, we're talking about tricks. Magicians do magic tricks, and we'll leave the miracle stuff to God. But I thought, since we had such a great time today, we made a splash and did some fun magic, that I thought maybe I would show everybody my grand finale trick. Would you like to see it? Take a big deep breath. Hold it in. Let it out slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been practicing this one to show it to you today. Watch closely. Watch. 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 What? What? You already saw the one with my watch? You didn't think it was funny? Well, never mind. I don't want to show it to you again. Forget it. Oh. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch. It's time to say bye, and thank you for watching the show. We'll see you next time at the library. Thanks for coming today. Bye-bye. Don't forget to spread those warm fuzzies.
Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, see how solar sails are being developed for deep space exploration. We'll also see how NASA technology is being used to help protect some of America's most important documents. Plus, we'll take a look at how the next generation of reusable launch vehicles is being developed. And Johnny Alonso finds out exactly how GPS works. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to Destination Tomorrow.
This program will uncover how past, present, and future research is creating today's knowledge to answer the questions and solve the challenges of tomorrow.
Up first, we look at a new way for spacecraft to travel to distant destinations. New lightweight solar sails might soon become the standard mechanism to power spacecraft. These reflective structures use energy from the sun rather than rocket power to move through space.
These sails are not only less expensive than current rocket-powered spacecraft, but can potentially be 4 to 6 times faster. This increased speed and cost savings could change the way we study deep space.
Jennifer Pulley spoke with Dr. Keith Belvin at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
Throughout humankind's early history, the quest for greater knowledge and understanding fueled the need for exploration. For centuries, the vehicle most early explorers used to achieve this exploration was a ship with sails. But because these ships depended on wind pushing against the sails for forward motion, they were generally very slow, unpredictable, and often very dangerous. Today, with the multitude of ways that humans now possess to travel, the sail, with all of its limitations, has been relegated to recreational status rather than a serious tool for exploration.
But a new idea might change the way we think about sails. NASA researchers are actually developing a new type of sail that will use the sun's light to propel spacecraft deep into space. These solar sails are so promising that someday they may replace slower, more costly propulsion systems for deep space exploration. I spoke with Dr. Keith Belvin at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
Well, the idea for solar sails has been around for a very long time. Maxwell, back in 1873, predicted the existence of solar pressure lights. So we've known about solar pressure for a long time, but it wasn't until recently that we were able to build solar sails with the lightweight materials and structures that are needed.
Tell me about these lightweight materials and structures. How are they being used?
Well, the key to building a solar sail is, of course, to make it very large and very lightweight. For a useful solar sail, it has to have a weight of less than 10 grams per square meter. For example, copier paper has a weight of 70 grams per square meter. So we're talking about some materials that are much lighter than that. One of the things that NASA's done over the last decade is to work on materials that can be processed to just a couple microns. That's a couple millionths of a meter thick. And these lightweight, thin materials then are made space durable so they can withstand the radiation and temperatures of space.
Dr. Belvin, tell me how a solar sail works.
The basic principle is much like a ship on the sea that uses sails to capture the wind.
The sun is constantly emitting light, or photons, in all directions. Since the photons have mass and are in motion, their momentum produces a pressure when reflected by a surface. When a spacecraft uses a solar sail for propulsion, the sail's reflective surface transfers a continuous force from the photons to propel the craft through space, much like a sailing ship uses wind to push it across the water. Since the pressure being emitted from the photons is very low, the force is small. But because the sail will have a constant source of energy, it is continuously accelerating and can reach speeds upwards of 155,000 miles per hour. This speed could cut years off travel time during long-duration interstellar flights. In addition, the constant propulsive force provided by the sun's light allows the spacecraft to travel in orbits that are not affordable using conventional propulsion.
So can solar sails be used on all types of missions?
Well, in addition to solar sails having to be lightweight for various missions, the spacecraft they're propelling has to be very lightweight. But there are many missions where, with the miniaturization of electronics, that the spacecraft science sensors are very small and lightweight. And those systems are very amenable to being propelled by a solar sail. For example, we're looking at missions in the future where we do interstellar transfer of science instruments using solar sails.
So do we see solar sails only being used in deep space?
Well, there are missions where solar sails can be used close to the Earth's orbit. They don't all have to be long-duration interstellar type missions. The constant acceleration that a solar sail produces gives it an orbit trajectory that is not achievable by some other means. For example, we can fly a science payload to measure the magnetic storms emanating from the sun.
How do you deploy such a large structure into space?
But to deploy a solar sail in space is quite a challenge. First of all, the sail has to be packaged in a small size to fit into the launch vehicles. Near-term sail missions are on the order of 70 meters to up to 150 meters in size. And so it's a real challenge to package those tightly and then deploy in space. Two aspects probably are most important for deploying a solar sail. The first is deploying the booms that hold the membranes in place. We're using inflation to push the booms out and to the right location, and then we cool the booms to rigidize them. The second aspect is deploying the sail, the thin film membranes that we've talked about. Those will incorporate ripstop so that if there's a small tear, it doesn't propagate very far. In addition, we have to deploy those so that we don't affect the sail's reflective performance. And so special measures are taken to maintain the integrity of that sail.
What is the future of this program?
I would say within the next dozen years or so, solar sails will be used routinely to propel spacecraft. Continual improvements in the sail technology will allow them to be used for extreme environments like near-sun missions. Over the next 20 years, most importantly, we'll have the technology in hand to do interstellar missions. These are kilometer-sized solar sails that weigh only 1 to 2 grams per square meter. The technology being developed today at NASA is going to enable us to unlock a lot of the secrets of the universe. Not only will we be able to look at distant places using telescopes, we'll actually be able to send science instruments to some of those locations using solar sails.
Researchers at NASA are continuing to improve the materials used for solar sails every day, making them stronger and lighter. Coming up, we find out how some NASA detective work helped preserve the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, and the Constitution. But first, did you know that the inspiration for solar sail technology came from the 17th century astronomer Johannes Kepler? Kepler deduced that winds blew objects around in space after he observed comet tails blown by what appeared to be a solar breeze. Kepler suggested that eventually ships might navigate through space using sails that could catch this wind.
The Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence, also known as the Charters of Freedom, are obviously three of the most important American documents ever written. They not only guide and guarantee liberties for all Americans, but have also been modeled by dozens of other countries around the world. So when signs of premature deterioration began to show on the documents, conservators became very alarmed. To help find out what was causing the deterioration and how it could be stopped, the National Archives turned to NASA researchers for an answer. Tonya St. Romain finds out more.
In the late 1700s, three of the world's most important documents were written here in the United States. Now called the Charters of Freedom, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights were conceived and written by early Americans who believed that tyrannical rule and oppression should be replaced by individual liberties and freedom. Until the mid-20th century, these documents were proudly displayed for the general public, but the years of inadequate preservation left them a bit faded and brittle. This all changed in 1951 when the documents were placed in specially adapted encasements which were designed to slow down the deterioration process. These glass encasements were filled with inert helium, which would protect the documents from the harmful chemically corrosive effects of air, keeping them safe for generations to come. But in the late 1990s, conservators began noticing that the documents were, in fact, still showing signs of deterioration. Mysterious small white spots were appearing inside the encasements and on the documents. To help determine the cause of the deterioration and how to fix the problem, the National Archives asked researchers at NASA to perform a series of tests on the atmosphere inside the encasements. I spoke with Dr. Joel LaVergne at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
In 1951, the National Bureau of Standards, which is now NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, was asked by the National Archives to preserve these very important documents, the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. It became apparent several years prior to 1998 that some mysterious white spots appeared in all encasements, and over time, over several years, they increased in number. The National Archive conservators wanted to know if we had technology that could determine the chemical composition of the encasements non-invasively. Non-invasively means without extracting air. We didn't want to touch the air, we didn't want to touch the encasement. We wanted to come up with some technique that could tell us the answer without disturbing the contents of the encasement, both the documents and the atmosphere. After considerable discussion, we decided we should use a technique called laser spectroscopy. What the laser did is provide energy at the very wavelength that water vapor absorbs, and as we looked at the absorption, we could determine what the background gas was. We're interested in not the document, but the atmosphere in the encasement that's protecting the document. What we found is that the gas that was sealed 50 years ago was still there.
When the laser studies were done, NASA researchers conclusively determined that helium in the encasements had not leaked out. This determination only increased concerns over the origin of the mysterious white spots. Most conservators believed that chemically corrosive air had leaked into the encasements, causing the damage. With this belief dispelled, the puzzle only intensified.
So in some instance, we actually went back to step one because we still had the problem. The problem is what is responsible for these white spots. We eliminated air as a corrosive agent. And the next thing the National Archives asked us is, could we tell them non-invasively how much water vapor was in the encasement?
Because the documents were written on sheepskin, which requires a small amount of water vapor for stability, the relative humidity inside the encasements was originally set between 25 and 35%. To determine if the humidity levels had changed, the NASA researchers needed to measure the relative humidity inside the sealed encasement. The first technique considered involved placing the encasements in a freezer to cause the condensation of gaseous water vapor to liquid water droplets. This idea was rejected due to the distinct possibility that the documents inside could be damaged by the condensed water. It was later decided that the humidity could be checked by using a very inexpensive device called a thermal electrocooler. This device would sample only a small area of the encasements, keeping the documents inside safe.
I called up the archives and I said, we just have to freeze a small part of it at the edge where there's no document, no ink, and we can solve your problem.
When the humidity levels were checked, it was found that the levels inside the encasement were 60 to 65%, twice the expected relative humidity. This is because when the documents were originally sealed in 1951, the relative humidity in Washington, D.C. was very high. The backing paper that the documents were laid upon had actually soaked up water vapor like a sponge. Once the documents were encased, the water vapor inside the backing paper could not escape, so it remained in the encasement's atmosphere, causing the humidity to rise.
The white spots were basic or alkaline chemicals that were pulled out of the glass because of the presence of high levels of water vapor. And now, when the National Archives opens with its new encasements, we are all sure that the documents will be stable for many centuries. And in some small part, NASA scientists and NASA technology help preserve these documents for many generations to come.
To better understand aerodynamic forces, early pilots and engineers pushed aircraft's tolerances to the limit. But by pushing the limits, some pilots experienced a very frightening aerodynamic phenomenon called a flat spin. In an effort to better understand this phenomenon, NASA's predecessor, NACA, developed a unique wind tunnel called the 20-foot vertical spin tunnel. This tunnel was designed to not only study the unique flight conditions of an aircraft in spin, but also teach pilots recovery techniques to avoid a fatal crash. The research performed at this tunnel would have a direct impact on virtually every American aircraft from World War II through today. Early in 1941, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, or NACA, completed its new 20-foot vertical spin tunnel. This tunnel tested a very different type of flight situation than the tunnels researchers were accustomed to using. The traditional way to test aircraft in a wind tunnel is by mounting an aircraft in the wind stream to evaluate the aircraft's flight characteristics. This type of testing is very effective when testing an aircraft in normal flight situations. But data from a traditional wind tunnel could not adequately account for unusual flight conditions, like a flat spin. As a plane enters a flat spin, air is not moving over the control surfaces as it should, which renders the plane's controls virtually useless. To help find ways for aircraft to recover from these dangerous spins, researchers test small-scale models in the spin tunnel. The idea behind the spin tunnel is simple. A large fan pulls a column of air up through the middle of the tunnel. Then a researcher launches an airplane model directly into the airflow by hand. As the model spins downward, the operator increases wind speeds until the model's fall is just balanced by the uprushing air. Then the control surfaces of the model are systematically activated electromagnetically to find out which ones allow the model to recover from the spin. The same basic technique that was used in 1941 is still being used today, but researchers now use computers to track unique markers on the bottom of the plane to measure the aircraft's spin characteristics. With these measurements, researchers can determine design modifications and pilot training procedures which can help pull a plane out of a spin, saving the plane and the pilot from a catastrophic accident. This simple system has worked especially well over the years. During World War II, every fighter, light bomber, attack plane, and trainer, over 300 designs in all, were tested in the spin tunnel. Subsequently, over half of these aircraft were modified in some way to ensure that their controls would be able to pull them out of a spin. Today, the spin tunnel is still testing many different types of designs, from small general aviation planes to the Mars sample return capsules. Since it opened for business in 1941, nearly every American military fighter has been tested in this tunnel. However, with 10% of all military air accidents still occurring due to the flat spin, the NASA Langley 20-foot vertical spin tunnel will undoubtedly continue to save lives for many years to come.
Before the spin tunnel was built, researchers sometimes tested aircraft spin characteristics by simply dropping airplane models from high buildings. Coming up, we find out about the next generation of reusable launch vehicles. But first, did you know that Lieutenant Francis Evans became one of the first aviators to develop an effective spin recovery technique? In 1917, while attempting to get his pontoon plane into a loop, Lieutenant Evans inadvertently went into a spin. As he maneuvered out of the spin, he realized that he had unwittingly discovered an effective spin recovery maneuver. He was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross nearly 20 years later for his life-saving discovery.
Reusable launch vehicles like the Space Shuttle are a vital type of spacecraft for close Earth operations. With the International Space Station providing a platform for unique scientific experiments, a reliable multi-use craft like the Space Shuttle is needed. Since the early 90s, researchers at NASA have been developing new types of reusable launch vehicles which will replace the aging Space Shuttle. These new spacecraft will be safer, less expensive, and much more durable. Stephanie Sy spoke with Charlie Cockrell at NASA Langley Research Center to find out what the future holds for the next generation of reusable spacecraft.
The ability to travel into space is still a relatively recent event in human history. To get to space, early astronauts traveled in very expensive space capsules, which were only used once before being retired. These systems worked well, but it was realized that a reusable system should be implemented over the single-use capsule system. So in the early 1980s, the world's first and only reusable launch vehicle, the Space Shuttle, came into service. With the shuttle in service, spaceflight became much more accessible and less expensive, while also truly expanding technological and scientific exploration. But in a continued effort to make spaceflight even less expensive and much safer for astronauts, NASA researchers have been looking toward the next generation of reusable space launch vehicles. To help develop the next generation of spacecraft, NASA researchers have been developing and testing a lot of new vehicle technologies. Some of these new vehicles are so revolutionary that they may soon change the way we all think of space travel. I spoke with Charlie Cockrell at NASA Langley Research Center to help explain the next generation of space vehicles.
NASA's goal is to make space travel safer, more reliable, and more cost-effective.
One of the goals of the Next Generation Launch Technology Program is to provide routine access to the International Space Station, provide a safer way for crew return from the space station, and to also look at other opportunities in space and be able to do that on a routine basis.
Charlie, how are these new spacecraft so different from the space shuttle we're used to seeing?
Our vision is to really move towards spacecraft that look and operate more like conventional aircraft. So we want to do things like have less turnaround time in between missions. They're going to be more reliable to operate, less repairs that will have to take place in between missions. One of the chief differences between the space shuttle and the vehicles that you're going to see in the future is we're looking at more advanced types of propulsion systems. So they're going to look and operate much differently than the shuttle.
So what are some of the technologies you're using to develop these new vehicles?
Well, in addition to the advanced propulsion systems, we are developing a number of different vehicle technologies that are going to be directly applicable to the next generation set of launch vehicles.
One of NASA's major requirements is to develop new technologies and vehicles to transport crews and cargo to and from the International Space Station. Because the space station is relatively close to Earth and needs to be resupplied frequently, the most logical choice is a reusable spacecraft. One idea under consideration is an air-breathing craft rather than a rocket-propelled spacecraft. To break Earth's gravitational field, a craft needs to reach about 17,500 miles per hour. Currently, this is being accomplished through the use of a series of rockets. These rockets not only carry large amounts of fuel, but must also carry liquid oxygen to mix with the fuel for maximum thrust. Although this system is effective, it is very expensive and can be dangerous. The benefit of an air-breathing craft is that it would not need to carry its own oxygen. It would scoop oxygen from the Earth's atmosphere into a special engine called a scramjet. This system would allow the craft to reach the speed required to break the pull of the gravitational field, sending it into space. Because the craft is not carrying its own oxygen, the weight will be reduced by up to 50%. This could reduce spaceflight costs by a factor of 10, bringing current payload costs from about $10,000 per pound to about $1,000 per pound. So is scramjet technology the only concept you're looking at?
No, we're actually studying a wide range of technologies that include different configuration shapes, different numbers of stages in the vehicle, different types of propulsion systems. Most of the longer-term applications do use scramjets, but we're also looking at something that we would call combined cycle propulsion, which would actually take elements of rocket propulsion, scramjets, high-speed turbojet engines, and maybe other advanced propulsion cycles so that we can use the benefits of those at different points in the flight.
So where will this program be in the next 10, 15, 20 years?
I think we're going to be well on our way to developing a next-generation reusable launch vehicle system. Whether or not we will actually have an operational system in the next 10 to 15 years is going to be dependent on what the nation's needs are and how we address that as an overall strategy. But we are developing technologies that can not only be included in a vehicle that would be developed in, say, the next 10 to 15 years, but we're also developing a lot more advanced technologies that would be good for vehicles that are going to be developed in, say, the next 20 to 30 years. And we're doing all of that by utilizing all of the unique capabilities that we have at our NASA field centers across the country.
One of the most useful developments for professional pilots, drivers, and seamen in recent years has been the GPS receiver.
These receivers are also being used by hikers, golfers, and fishermen for recreational purposes. However, many people who use this technology still don't know exactly how it works.
Our own Johnny Alonso finds out how this complex system helps keep many of us on track and on schedule.
Trying to figure out where you are and where you're going has always been a challenge. Navigation and positioning are crucial to so many activities, and yet the process has not always been easy. Thankfully, the days of navigating by celestial means or landmarks are long gone since the introduction of GPS, or the Global Positioning System. So what is GPS? For some answers, I spoke with Dr. Kevin Dutton at NASA Langley to find out how it works.
GPS stands for the Global Positioning System, and like the name suggests, it's a system to find your location anywhere on the Earth or near the Earth's surface. And the way it does that is by using radio frequency broadcasts from orbiting satellites.
Can you tell me why GPS was originally developed?
It was developed by the Defense Department to meet all of their navigational needs. For example, aircraft and ships at sea. And now even individual soldiers carry little receivers like this in the field to find out where they are.
The global positioning system consists of a constellation of 24 satellites and their ground stations working together. GPS uses these man-made stars as reference points to calculate positions accurate to a matter of meters, and in some cases centimeters. As long as you have a GPS receiver and a clear view of the sky and a map, you'll never be lost again. Today, GPS is finding its way into cars, boats, planes, construction equipment, farm machinery, even laptop computers. So how does the system work?
Let's say you're backpacking and you have a receiver with you. You're going to turn on that receiver. Now, the GPS satellites are constantly broadcasting a signal, all 24 of them. But above you at any one time, there's only 12 available, and then the other 12 are on the other side of the Earth.
Okay.
So your receiver is going to listen and try to find at least 4 of these satellites directly above you. And then it's going to determine a range to each satellite, and it's going to use those ranges and the known locations of the satellites, and it's going to do some mathematical calculations and a process called trilateration, and it's going to figure out where that GPS receiver is. That'll also give you altitude, and it'll give you speed and the direction that you're traveling in.
A standard GPS receiver will not only place you on a map at any particular location, but will also trace your path across a map as you move. If you leave your receiver on, it can stay in constant communication with GPS satellites to see how your location is changing. With this information and its built-in clock, the receiver can give you several pieces of valuable information like how far you've traveled, how long you've been traveling, your current speed and your average speed. Also, the estimated time of arrival at your destination if you maintain your current speed.
There's a lot of uses that they hadn't really thought about when they developed the system. For example, later on it was discovered that if you put multiple antennas on a vehicle, like an aircraft for instance, you could actually get attitude. You could figure out its orientation and whether it was rolling or pitching or yawing. Other things that they didn't realize they could really do were, for instance, seismologists use it for earthquake detection and to find out when tectonic plates are actually shifting apart. It's that good.
Something else.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Sure. So that's how it works. So the next time you want to know where you are or where you're going, don't reach for a map. Reach for your GPS. Now, which button is it here to press for a date for tonight's gathering at the...
That's all for this edition of Destination Tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us here at NASA, we'll see you next time.
What do this sea turtle, this rhino, and this pelican all have in common? Stick around and you'll find out. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, and this is Nikki and Nellie, two rescued dogs, one from Nashville and one from Hurricane Katrina. And they both have found loving adoptive homes in Florida. You know, when we think of rescued animals, we often think of domesticated animals, like dogs and cats. But wild animals need our help too. Whether searching for food, fending off predators, defending their territory, battling viruses and diseases, or simply enduring weather, daily life can be a challenge. And then you throw in human impacts like pollution and habitat destruction, and it can go from challenging to life-threatening. Thankfully, though, there are dedicated individuals, organizations, and companies which are committed to helping save wildlife and their habitats. And here are just a few of their amazing stories in this episode of Saving a Species, Animals in Peril. Sea turtles have been swimming in the oceans for more than 245 million years. One of only 4 reptiles that live in saltwater, sea turtles used to number in the millions. But today, they're in trouble and face an uncertain future. But first, what do you know about sea turtles? Not much? Well, you're not alone. Even scientists don't know that much about them. And that's because sea turtles spend about 98% of their lives in the water, where we can't see what they're doing. As soon as sea turtles hatch, they scramble to the water and disappear. Under normal circumstances, no one will see them again until many years later. And then it's only the females when they return to the beach to nest. The only other time we see them is when they come ashore injured, ill, or accidentally caught in fishing gear. In fact, although scientists have studied nesting females for many years, most of what we know about sea turtles comes from caring for those that have been rescued. Statistically, fewer than 1 out of 1,000 sea turtle eggs laid actually make it to adulthood, where they are then susceptible to a number of illnesses and injuries. These can be caused by red tides and ocean disturbances, predators, pollution, fishing gear, and other hazards. But if they're lucky enough to reach shore, the turtles have a chance of being rescued and cared for by highly skilled animal care experts and veterinarians, like those at SeaWorld in Orlando, Florida. And that brings us to an amazing story of a loggerhead sea turtle that was brought to SeaWorld after being found in distress at the Port St. Lucie power plant in February of 2005. Because of his appearance, they called him Grandpa, and the name stuck. He looks pretty healthy now, but not that long ago, there wasn't a lot of hope for his survival. When Grandpa was brought to SeaWorld, he was missing his entire lower mandible, or jaw, likely the victim of a run-in with a human. That meant he was unable to eat, which would have meant certain death out in the wild. Aquarist Jenny Albert was on duty when the turtle arrived.
He looked like kind of the typical subadult loggerhead that was very malnourished, quite a few bit of barnacles on top, and all of a sudden he lifted his head to breathe and we noticed he's missing his entire lower jaw. From that point on, we knew that he was one of our most special turtles that we would have to rehabilitate. Immediately the wheels were turning with everybody on how to fit this turtle's needs into our daily routine.
Grandpa's injuries were a first for the experienced rehabilitation team at SeaWorld. This group has worked with injured and ill sea turtles for more than 25 years.
A lot of the injuries we see here are boat-related, boat hits, fishing hook ingestion, a lot of times foreign object ingestion. This turtle presented with the same symptoms of being malnourished, but he wanted to eat. He was starving. He was ravenous when he got here. He wanted to eat, but couldn't.
Dr. Mike Walsh was the lead veterinarian for Grandpa's medical care.
In the time that I've been dealing with sea turtles over the last 2 decades, I've never seen an injury quite like this. To actually lose the ability to feed yourself is different from anything else we've dealt with.
The first order of business was getting food into the malnourished reptile, and that was easier said than done.
He rejected everything we tried. He fought us tooth and nail during the tube feedings. They're strong animals to begin with, so it took quite a few staff members to hold him down in a safe way that we can access his mouth and his throat. So it was quite challenging for us.
But once the turtle realized that he was actually getting food, he quit fighting, and Jenny and her team were able to start working to feed the turtle by hand.
But what Jenny had to do was take enough time to gain his trust and say, this is how you're going to get your food. I can put it in a position where you can grab it and actually suck it down. And eventually the hope was that he would be able to get it off the bottom on his own.
Although Grandpa will never be able to be released into the wild again, his rehabilitation is almost complete.
He's doing wonderful. When he was able to eat the food off the bottom for the first time in here, I think everybody heard me, and I was so excited that he could do that. But he can eat by himself now and catch fish through the mid-water column and off the ground. So he's doing great.
That, to me, was tremendous. We actually were able to take an animal that had no chance of survival in the wild and give him another plus in life.
What an amazing story of survival. But it sure would be better to prevent this type of injury from happening again. And that's the goal of a World Wildlife Fund project supported by the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund. Every year, hundreds of thousands of sea turtles are accidentally caught by commercial fishermen. A key challenge in the conservation of these animals is their wide-ranging and highly migratory nature. This poses an international challenge requiring an international response. Some scientists warn that these giant turtles could face extinction in the next few decades unless dramatic conservation action occurs. But World Wildlife Fund is working to change that. Kim Davis is the fund's Deputy Director of Fisheries Programs.
Scientists estimate that more than 250,000 sea turtles, just leatherbacks and loggerheads, just those 2 species alone, are caught each year as fisheries bycatch. And many of these turtles are taken in the course of longline fishing, fishing with long horizontal lines, small vertical lines off of them, and hooks at the bottom. The hooks that are normally used for longline fishing, or that are often used, are shaped like J's. Many sea turtles are snagged and caught on these J-shaped hooks. It turns out that if we use hooks that are shaped like circles instead, many fewer sea turtles will be caught. It's a simple, powerful change. The SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund has made this possible. They have helped us send people to the ports, to fishing villages, to spend time talking with fishermen about how we can work together. So the fishermen understand that we're looking for solutions that work for them, that work for the turtles, that work for all of us.
Now that's conservation at work. But conservation depends on all of us doing what we can to help. So what can you do to help sea turtles survive? Actually, there are a number of things, from supporting organizations that protect sea turtles and their habitats, to reducing the trash that makes its way to the ocean. Plastic bags are often mistaken for jellyfish, a favorite prey animal of some sea turtles. And once ingested, an everyday plastic bag like this can prove fatal. You can help protect sea turtles and other ocean animals by picking up trash. Sometimes it can be that simple. Effective conservation is a big job, but preserving turtles and their habitat is worth the work. Other threats to the survival of sea turtles are the increasing scarcity of safe nesting beaches, as well as the widespread poaching of turtle eggs. In 2004, a remote beach in Costa Rica, Playa Junquial, experienced an egg poaching rate of 100%. It was a critical nesting site for endangered leatherback sea turtles, and this beach captured the attention of scientists and conservationists seeking its protection. Historically, local teenagers would poach the eggs as income for their families. The SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund supported a conservation education program targeting these teenagers and their families, encouraging alternative income generated from ecotourism. As a result of this program, the poaching rate at Playa Junquial was reduced to 0% in 2005. Not a single egg was poached. Today, these one-time poachers are now naturalists and interpreters, sharing the story of this incredible species with visiting tourists and the greater Costa Rican community. All over the world, people are working to save species and habitats. From grassroots groups to large conservation organizations, dedicated people are committed to understanding and preserving the biodiversity of our planet. Without this type of support, many of these projects would disappear, and with them, the animals and environments they are working to protect. That's why the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund provides so much needed support to such a diverse group of projects, both here in the U.S. and around the world. Partnerships with other organizations keep conservation work alive, and many times those partners are zoos that are at the forefront of saving species. And it was their work to save rhinos that brought Busch Gardens Tampa Bay together with the World Wildlife Fund and International Rhino Foundation. Rhinoceroses are one of the most endangered species in the world today. For millions of years, they were abundant. But just since 1970, the world's population of rhinos has declined by 90%, making all 5 remaining species in danger of extinction. World Wildlife Fund's chief scientist, Eric Dinnerstein, has studied rhinos for decades.
Rhinos weren't always rare. In fact, rhinos are an example of probably one of the most successful groups of mammals that ever lived on the planet. But what we have today is just a depauperate group that's left. We have 5 species, 2 in Africa and 3 in Asia.
The zoological staff at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay has cared for black rhinos for more than 35 years. During that time, they have added significantly to our understanding of the rhino's dietary needs, social behavior, and reproductive physiology. And their success in breeding has been proven by the 8 healthy black rhino calves born at the park. Most people aren't aware that more than 80% of all mammals in zoos have been bred and born in zoos, in carefully managed programs that protect genetic diversity and the health of the animals. Occasionally, though, animals are brought to zoological facilities from the wild for a variety of conservation reasons. Sometimes animals are moved to avoid overcrowding in the limited wild habitat remaining. Or sometimes they are moved to establish healthy conservation populations in other parts of the world. These types of measures have helped save some entire species. As successful as Busch Gardens has been breeding black rhinos, there was a little bit of a glitch with breeding the white rhinos. The problem? 2 males and no females. So zoo officials turned to the International Rhino Foundation for help. The foundation coordinates the placements of white rhinos all over the world, including animals that can be moved from the wild. After a stringent review, the foundation matched Busch Gardens with Kruger National Park in South Africa. Kruger National Park has an extraordinary white rhino conservation program. In fact, it's been so successful that they're able to relocate a number of white rhinos each year for conservation purposes. And 3 were identified for relocation to Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. So lead keeper Jason Green and veterinarian Dr. Mike Burton headed off to Africa to be introduced to the rhinos and to escort them back to their new home.
Welcome in South Africa. I suppose it's your first trip down there.
Yeah.
I think the main thing you're here for is the rhinos. Let's go and have a look at them.
Excellent.
You guys, you like it?
As soon as we arrive at Kruger, we go to meet Johan Milan and see the rhinos we'll be taking back. Johan is one of the vet techs that works on the capture team, and it's his job to care for the rhinos, make sure they're healthy and prepared for the move. The rhinos that are brought here are chosen after a lengthy process. First, park rangers determine if any rhino group is too densely populated. If it is, then they determine which of those rhinos need to be moved. The next step is to decide whether it will be a translocation to another wildlife area or a relocation to a zoological facility. If it's a relocation, then the animals come here to be prepared for the transport. Over a period of months, the rhinos are moved along through a series of enclosures called bomas, where they are gradually acclimated to unfamiliar noises, vehicle traffic, and contact with humans. Animal health and safety is a #1 priority here, and everything is done to ensure that the animals are adapting well to the changes.
And if they don't seem to be adapting, you just turn back home?
We just take them straight away to where we've captured them. So they know the area, they know where's the water and everything.
The last step in the acclimation process is to move shipping crates into the enclosures with the animals. From this point on, the rhinos are fed in the crates, which makes them become just another non-threatening part of the rhino's environment. Our last day at Kruger starts early because there are several other rhinos to be loaded for transport in addition to our 3. By 6 a.m., people are hustling everywhere, and soon everything is underway. After months of work to prepare the rhinos for the trip, the loading process moves really smoothly. Since there is a lot of activity and extra people associated with the move, each rhino is darted with a mild sedative that relaxes it and keeps it calm. Next, Johan and his crew lure the rhino into the crate with a rice bag on a stick. And after the rhino is in the crate, the crew puts in the rear bars of the crate to secure the animal inside. Last, the outer doors of the crate go on, and it's lifted by a crane and set onto the flatbed semi that will transport the rhinos to the airport. I'm really impressed at how quickly and efficiently the rhinos are loaded. By 10 o'clock, we're ready to head for the airport at Johannesburg, and before long, these guys will be in their new home. I'm really proud to be part of a conservation effort that's making such a difference for an endangered species. I really feel like I'm part of something that's going to last for a long time, kind of a legacy for the rhinos. What an experience that trip was. But the best part of all is how well they've done since they've been here at Busch Gardens. They live on our huge Serengeti plain with our 2 other rhinos, and since then, we've even had 2 calves. I really feel we're making a difference.
Zoos offer many resources for preserving species, and our ability to collect data on the animals in our care can help those who care for and maintain wild populations too. We firmly believe that knowledge is the key to conservation success, because the more we know about these guys, the smarter we can work for them. Here's another simple solution to a potential life-threatening situation. The Florida manatee is one of the most endangered marine mammals in the United States, and entanglement is a small but significant cause of injury and death to these gentle mammals. Senior biologist Dr. Ann Bowles of Hub SeaWorld Research Institute may have found a solution.
Manatees are specialized for the sense of touch, so in order for them to understand what something is, they have to touch it, go up to it. They become entangled when they find something unusual in their environment, the crab pot plus the line plus the float on the surface, and they begin to manipulate it as they explore it. It becomes wrapped around their pectoral flippers or their body and tightens so they can't get out.
Preventing these entanglements became a priority for Dr. Bowles and the Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute.
We need to find something that the fishermen would be able to use. So what we are now working with is called calf rope. It's used in rodeos. but it's made out of stiff nylon, and it's designed to hold a struggling animal without tightening on it. What we've done is to create a line that is safe for them to manipulate. They can touch it as much as they want. Even if it circles around them, they'll be able to slide right out of it. So we've made it safe.
Drought, flooding, hurricanes, fires, diseases, these are all natural events that we can't control. But even though we can't prevent these things from happening, we know we can make a difference in the course of what happens afterwards, at least in the lives of animals that are injured, ill, or displaced from their homes. Hurricanes are powerful storms that wreak havoc in their paths, often destroying homes, businesses, and lives. These storms also destroy animal habitats and occasionally aquariums or zoos in the path of the storm, leaving animals stranded and sometimes injured. And that's when zoos and aquariums can come to the rescue. From doing things like sending veterinarians and supplies to the affected areas, to rescuing displaced or injured animals and providing temporary housing, help takes many forms. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service biologist Nicole Adame knows the agency can always rely on SeaWorld and Busch Gardens for help.
We work with SeaWorld as a partner in our rehabilitation program and our rescue program, and we would call them when there's an injured or distressed animal, and they would go out and assess the situation, determine the best course of action for that animal. So we rely on them to be our eyes and our ears out in the field and to make the best judgment, the best decision for those animals.
Disasters notwithstanding, more often it's a subtle natural event that causes a perplexing problem, as was the case for these endangered brown pelicans. The Salton Sea in Southern California is an important stop for migratory birds on the Pacific Flyway. With only 5% of wetlands remaining in the area, more than 400 species of birds come to the sea and its marshes. However, since 1976, some of the endangered brown pelicans that stop here have contracted avian botulism, a debilitating disease that causes muscle paralysis and, without treatment, certain death. Scientists believe the birds get the botulism from tilapia, one of the fish in the Salton Sea. SeaWorld San Diego is one of several rescue facilities for the sick pelicans. And over the years, a medical protocol has been established for this problem, so veterinarians and aviculturists can quickly begin treatment.
The disease botulism causes muscle paralysis. Not every bird has the same problems. Some are so severely affected they can't hold their head up, they can't blink, they can't even move their wings. What's critical in therapy for botulism is to act very quickly.
Rehabilitation usually takes several weeks, but soon the pelicans are healthy enough to go back to the wild.
Okay, let's do it. Let him go.
Every year, SeaWorld treats an average of 75 endangered brown pelicans that have fallen ill at the Salton Sea. And we'll be ready to help next year, and the year after that, and every year the birds need our help. Unfortunately, natural events will continue to adversely affect wildlife. But with enough people willing to work to repair the damage, injured, ill, or stranded animals will continue to have hope after the disaster strikes. You may be wondering how a simple tool like a computer can actually help save wildlife. Well, a group of students from both the U.S. and Africa definitely showed us how. The bushmeat trade in Africa kills thousands of forest animals every year. To increase awareness of this wildlife crisis, Cameroon's Limbe Wildlife Center used the internet to link students there with students at Busch Gardens Adventure Camp. Through this cyberspace connection, Patrick Waitman and other students learned how worldwide conservation can help.
Killing populations of endangered animals just so that they can survive, because they need to. provide for them. They're themselves not thinking about the big picture, and it's education that can help fix that.
And can communication, education, and conservation really make a difference?
It can, if there's enough involvement, enough enthusiasm from people willing to help, and they're willing to participate. We can maybe help figure out ways to cut back on bush meat. Just a little bit of ingenuity, a little help from outside sources, just to show them different ways of obtaining food.
Over the past 30 years, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have rescued more than 14,000 animals, from ill or injured manatees like these guys to a stranded infant gray whale. Every new challenge we face brings opportunities for new research and new knowledge that oftentimes makes the next rescue and rehabilitation easier. One of our partners in our quest for knowledge is the Hub SeaWorld Research Institute, an internationally renowned facility dedicated to learning about and preserving the world's oceans. Hub SeaWorld Research Institute has spent decades devoted to research and scientific discovery about the ocean and its inhabitants. Researchers employ many techniques to learn more, but much of their research on animals has been conducted on marine species during their rehabilitation after rescue. And while the information collected has been valuable in understanding more about every species studied, little is known about how, or even if, the time spent in rehabilitative care affects the animals once they are returned to the wild. And that's just what Dr. Brent Stewart, Senior Research Biologist at the Institute, hopes to change with satellite tracking.
The tracking information is really important because it gives us information about what the animals do naturally after they're reacquainted with the marine environment. The first step is how well they do once they're released. Do they survive? How long do they survive? And then where do they go? And how well do they integrate back into the environment that they had been living in?
The insights gained by tracking animals after release may help improve techniques, both in rescue and rehabilitation, so that every animal has an even better chance of survival.
It's encouraging. The animals seem to be able to re-enter the marine environment and do what they should be doing to survive.
From rescue and rehabilitation, to breeding of endangered species, to studying species and habitat, we're committed to making the world a better, safer place for all wildlife. But we can save species, and we can save habitat, and we can make a difference. One animal, one habitat, one day at a time. Whether we're helping wild animals or dogs like Nikki and Nellie, it's certainly worth it. For the future, for the animals, and for the planet. On behalf of SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, thanks for watching this episode of Saving a Species.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told.
The animals featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund,
a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support for the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Welcome to the May 13th, 2024 LaVergne Library Board meeting. We have a quorum, so I am officially calling this meeting to order. First order of business is to approve the minutes for March 11th of 2024. I'll entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
All right. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Minutes are approved. All right, moving down our agenda, order of business tonight. First thing is to welcome our new library board member, Renee Cruz.
Welcome.
Welcome aboard, Renee. We are happy to have you with us.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
All right, so our library board bylaws, we've been working on these for a while, so I will turn that over to Miss Donna.
All right, thank you. Katie has done a magnificent job of getting our library board minutes up to date, and with the help of you all and your suggestions, we feel that we are at the final draft. As in my email to you all, we're going to wait until July meeting to approve them. Mayor Cole would like to look over them really well, which I totally agree, and that would be a good time to approve them. That's the beginning of our fiscal year. If you have not had an opportunity to read them, which I know your packet came late today, you are welcome to look over. And Katie, is there anything in particular that you would like to bring to our attention?
No, the changes should be as we discussed at the last meeting, but to the extent that you see something that we talked about that I didn't incorporate, send me an email, let me know after the meeting, and I'll be sure to address that in what is hopefully ready for your consideration and approval at the June meeting.
It's using very modernized words and very much like what our library is doing now, because of course the other one was fairly outdated in 87 and 88, 1987 and 88 it was. So we feel really excited. If you will look at the mission statement, this is something that has changed. And from that mission statement, I would like for us to move on. This will be something we'll be working on the next year, to visions of that mission statement. So we would have our mission statement, which is to empower community engagement through lifelong learning. And then our vision will be, how are we going to accomplish that? And then we keep going down to the different statements. So I think we have a lot of great, thank you. A lot of opportunity here in order to grow this mission statement to our vision. Are there any other questions about the LaVergne Public Library bylaws?
If we review it between meetings, should we email you if we have any observations?
Yes, please. Email me, and then I will send them on to Katie, and we will go from there.
Thank you.
And we welcome any observations that you have.
When I was reading through them earlier, I just want to say that I am super excited about the mission statement because lifelong learning is something that we should all strive for. So
absolutely,
that benefits every member of our community, and so just excited about that and seeing how the vision's going to come together and all the amazing things that you do.
Very good.
Anyone have any questions or anything for Ms. Donna on the new board bylaws? All right, so school outreach events. Ms. Donna, would you like to talk to us about the school outreach?
I would be happy to. Sherry Pendergrass, one of our young ladies that work over in the children's department, was able to go to Roy Waldron Family Night on Tuesday, May 7th, and was scheduled to go to Cedar Grove Book Fair Night, but unfortunately that was the day of the storms and the schools closed, and so she was unable to go. At Roy Waldron Family Night, there were 328 on attendance. She took our big schedule and laid out for everyone to see. This is something that we're going to be giving out at the library. And then she also handed out one of our smaller kickoffs. Now, to go along with the kickoff, if we'll go on down to upcoming events, we're going to distribute the summer reading kickoff flyers on Thursday, May the 16th, to the following schools. We're going to go to Cedar Grove Elementary, LaVergne Lake Elementary, LaVergne Lake Middle School, Rock Springs Elementary, Rock Springs Middle School, Roy Waldron Elementary, Roy Waldron Annex. At one point, I was thinking John Coleman was a school. Does anyone remember?
Where my kids go is David Urey.
David Urey.
We've got a lot of LaVergne kids at David
And we
Urey.
do have a lot of LaVergne kids? All right, I am adding that to my list. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, John Coleman, isn't that one of the schools they're going to be sending when they do the rezoning?
Yes, when they rezone, there'll be
So-
some LaVergne kids there.
So
And
we
there-
definitely want to include them.
There are a lot of Smyrna kids that come to LaVergne for things.
It's true.
Because both my boys play baseball, and we have a lot of Antioch kids and a lot of Smyrna kids that come here for activities. So,
Okay, so John Coleman would be a good one
Yeah.
to go by?
Yeah.
And what about Stewart Creek?
Now, I do know that the other side of the interstate, of course, they go to Stewart's Creek High School, so that would get the younger
Yeah.
kids into the public library.
Rock
that would be
Springs, Stewart's Creek, and I think Rocky Fork all have LaVergne kids in them also.
Okay,
That's correct.
Because
wow.
it's the other side of 24. It's still LaVergne, but we're in Smyrna schools, so.
Absolutely, that's great. Well, I had 10,000 flyers made. They are just like this, but they're glossy, and they pre-cut them for us for 4 cents a piece, and we were so excited about that.
Money well spent to have
So,
this pre-cut.
and what I'm going to do is make equal stacks for each school, and then we will take those around on Thursday the 16th. Because the last day of school is that May the 22nd?
Yes.
Okay. So do you feel Thursday the 16th will be soon enough and not too soon?
I think so.
I think it'll be fine.
Okay.
I know a lot of our teachers send things home on Fridays. So if you have them there Thursday,
If
they
we get there
go
Thursday,
home
they could
that
get them home
Friday.
Friday. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Any questions about the kickoff? We just gave the information that the big kickoff will be June the 1st from 9:30 to 12:30. We're going to have a magician, mermaids, bounce houses, games, and many more surprises. We'll also have snacks. And basically that our program is June 1st through the 27th of July. And it's programs and reading challenges from all ages, from birth all the way to 99 plus. So we wanted to make sure that we got the word out there. I did get this flyer approved through Rutherford County Schools. So I have the letter that I will be taking also with the flyers so that they'll know that it is legitimate. And so we're real excited about that. Any questions about the kickoff or the distribution?
I just think it looks amazing. As always, you and your staff have outdone yourselves. These are just, a calendar chock full of amazing things to promote reading. So
We have a very creative staff, and as Carol was putting the big schedule together, I was thinking, oh my goodness, we are going to be exhausted, but it is going to be the best exhaustion ever. And the good thing about it, we're spreading it across all the staff. Everyone is taking part, everyone is being a part of it. We are actually going to be all hands on deck on June the 1st, so all staff will be on there. Be at the library on Saturday, and we're excited about that. So going on into our calendar, you can see that its adventure begins at your library. Summer reading program. This is the Tennessee State theme going across the state of Tennessee. Just note that the library will be closed June 19th for Juneteenth, and we will also be closed on July 4th. But going in, we decided the best way to do it is chronologically, and we have the date on one side, the description of what's going on, and the time. And in the description, we tried to put the ages. If there's not an age, it's family. And of course, families are welcome to come to any of our programs. A few that I would like to point out that's a little bit different. Let's see, Wednesday, June the 5th, we are having the International Folk Dancing Group. International Folk Fest Dance takes place every year. Steve Cates kind of leads that, and he called me to see if we would be interested in hosting one of the groups. We are able to host Mexico. So there's going to be 27 of them coming, and we're going to do this in the gallery where the dancers could be in the big area and we can all sit around. We can have children on the floor, adults all around. We would love to fill the library with people. All that we have to do is provide $150, which is little for entertainment, and that's for their travel, and then to provide them a Southern cooked meal. So I'm going to be going to Cracker Barrel. That was suggested, to get Cracker Barrel lunch for all of them. So after they dance in the gallery, we'll be going to the meeting room, and we'll have the meeting room set up like a really fun diner for them where they can go through the buffet line and get the food that they would like. And then they'll be moving on. Murfreesboro also is getting a group, and the Veterans Home in Murfreesboro is also having a group, and Boys and Girls Clubs are from different places. I think there's England, I want to say Poland. We received Mexico. So it's going to be a really good cultural event, and we want to really push that.
That's cool. That's good.
Also, every Friday from 10 to 11, we're going to have tween, which is ages 10 to 12, coding. Now, if there's someone a little bit older that would like to come and do the coding, they're welcome to. We're going to be using the website, and Daddy, forgive me, I want to say 1 hour coding in an hour. It is a self-coding game. We load it up on the computer, and then they go from there, and they learn how to put the parts together, and they code, and it actually comes out to be a game. It's a really neat program. I know I got the title wrong, and I will send that to you all. It has hour in there, and it has coding in there. That I know. And it looks like so much fun, because when he first said, I want to do tween coding, I thought, okay, knock yourself out. But then when I saw it, it's so much fun. It's the type of coding that I would love to do. And younger people. So that's every Friday for an hour. That's a first come, first serve. If we fill up the 6 computers that we're going to have reserved, we have a computer lab with 7 computers. We'll pull on over to there. We're not going to limit it just to 6 people. And of course, in there, you will see that we have Dungeons and Dragons. We're going to have a family STEAM night each week. They're going to build a birdhouse, all sorts of great things. Another thing that I want to pull to your attention is Saturday, June 15th. We're going to have a performance by the Woodwind Quartet from the Tennessee Philharmonic Orchestra. And they will be in our Storytime room at 10 o'clock. They will go from 10 to 10:30. They'll be playing different tunes. They have a leader who's going to talk about the music. And then we will go from the Storytime room to the meeting room at 10:30, and we'll have a musical instrument petting zoo. And this is where the children and their families can actually pick up an instrument and play it. Mostly percussion. We don't want any woodwinds going on. But it's always so much fun. They'll do guitars. There's usually a ukulele, drums of all sorts. So that's always a fun time. Another program I want to draw your attention to, this is brand new. This is being taught by one of our staff members, Kayla. Kayla is 20 years old. And Kayla will be doing the Lego Fun each Monday night. or every other Monday night. And then every other Monday night, she is doing a Just Draw, Learn to Draw with Kayla. It's a sketching class. So excited about that. She is thrilled. She's never taught a class before, and she is really building up confidence. We all have her back. We told her she's got this, and I've never seen someone so excited to get new pencils and paper. And so it's going to be a great thing. This is what I love, to see in our younger ones doing these programmings, and then our Miss Barry, who has been with us forever and ever, who teaches strings and things. So a little bit for everyone. Do you see any programs that you'd like for me to talk about a little bit?
I do have a question.
Sure.
What is entomology? Bob Tarter, entomology.
Entomology. Okay, that is Bob Tarter, and he used to be NCHCM, National something of something something, but he turned it to entomology. He brings out wildlife that has been rescued, and he shows the children all about them and tells them about the different animals. He has a very big snake, big snake, and he'll bring out like a raccoon, koala bear. He's brought kangaroos before, all sorts of interesting animals, iguanas. So yes, Bob Tarter is coming, and it's always a great learning experience when he's there.
Okay.
And I'll find out what the NCHM something is. Creekside Saturday, June the 19th. That's a Saturday. We are partnering with Stormwater. Alexandra from Stormwater will be coming out. She'll be getting down into our creek, which also has snakes in it, and she'll be catching different little animals and different things inside the creek. And as the students are setting up on the creek side on blankets far away from the water, as I'm going like this, she will tell them all about it. And then she'll also talk about why stormwater is so important. What can go into stormwater? What shouldn't go into stormwater? How to keep our creeks clean. And therefore, by keeping our creeks clean, how to keep our rivers clean. So it's always a really fun learning experience. And then we tell the children, be sure and bring water clothes. Wear your water clothes, because we're not getting in the creek. But we are going to do a human car wash, where Parks and Recreation has built with PVC pipes this wonderful car wash, and we have sponges hanging down. We've run hose pipes through it. Water squirts down. They go through the sponges, and they just have the best time. Oh. Best time ever. So that's a fun, fun event. Anything else?
I'm just impressed with all the amazing activities that are listed.
Yeah. And then if you see on the back, we also have the rest of July.
Yeah. So the community needs to come get some of these so they can see all the amazing
We
things.
are printing them out as you speak. We are going to start handing them out soon. They're going to go into every child's bag that comes to pick up a summer reading bag, so that they can read for fun and also read to earn prizes. Teens and tweens have some fabulous prizes this year. The adult prizes are going to knock you on your socks. They have done really well with the prizes. I'm not going to give it away, but they did well choosing those. And if you look, we have teen events, babies events. Every Thursday morning, we still have books and babies, and Sherry does a magnificent job with those books and babies. They'll sit in their parents' lap, or they'll crawl all over and just have the best time. And they're listening. They're listening and learning as they're crawling and doing. At the very end, Friday, July 26th, all the listeners and readers are invited to a skate party for those who have completed their goal, which is 6 hours of reading. which is not bad for a whole summer. For every 10 minutes, they get to color a block. For every hour, they get a prize. When they hit 6 hours, they get to write their name on the poster. So many of our students and our patrons have hit 6 hours that first week. So they'll get to put their name on the poster, keep on reading, keep on getting more and more prizes, and they'll go to the skate party, which is funded by the library. The Smyrna Skate Center hosts us. We get to, all the students, I keep saying students, our patrons, our readers, and our listeners, they get a pair of skates, they get to skate for free, and we get to bring in cookies, and then the Skate Center provides a drink for them. So it's a fun, fun time, and that goes from 10 to 12, so 2 hours of skating. And Teens and Tweens are going to have a party this year, but they want it to be different. They're having theirs on Saturday, August the 3rd. So, but that's a good thing. Teens are a little different sometimes, aren't they?
Yes.
But different in a good way. Okay, any more questions about that after I've talked your head off? Was that funny?
Nah, this looks awesome.
Yes, it is.
It really
Very
does.
impressive.
Good. And kudos to Carol for getting this all put together. She had an Excel spreadsheet, and she would come into my office every day. Now look over this and tell me, what do you think about this? I'm going, just keep doing what you're doing. And then we were very excited. HR has a new HR assistant. She came over to spend a couple of hours with us just to get to know us. Little did she know, she speaks Spanish and writes Spanish. She translated our entire schedule for us to Spanish.
That's awesome.
So we have it available in Spanish and English.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
Yes.
So very excited about that.
That's great.
Okay.
All right, so next up on the schedule is our library board schedule for the remainder of 2024. So we have our next meetings coming up on July 8th of 2024, September 9th, and November 4th. So our next board meeting will be Monday, July 8th at 5 p.m. Do any of our board members have any comments they would like to make?
I just wanted to echo what so many of us were sitting here saying. Fantastic work, you and your staff. I'm just blown away. I mean, there's some of these things where, they're during the daytime, and some of us, work other places during the day, and I wish I could come, but this is fantastic.
Thank you.
Really good work.
We would like to do more at night, but unfortunately, we're kind of limited there. But we try to have at least an age group a night. So our teens do some things at night, our 5 to 12-year-olds do, and then we have a couple of things on Saturday. But we would love to do more nighttime events so we can get the parents that work.
Your kickoff is going to be amazing looking at it, because I've seen Bruce Amato many times, and he is an amazing magician.
He is. He's a great guy, too. He called the other day, and he said, "Am I still on?" And I said, "Well, what do you think?" So we're glad that he was able to do our kickoff. A lot of times we can't get him on our kickoff.
Well, I'm just going to echo, I love the theme, Adventure Begins at Your Library, because it sure does. The LaVergne Public Library is an adventure every day of the week, year-round. So amazing job with your staff.
Thank you.
You guys run a stellar program. That community, if you are not coming to the library, make sure you stop by and visit. It's an amazing place.
And I will pass that on to our staff about you all saying how amazing and creative, because they are. Not one person, not two person, not three people could do this. It takes us all, and they step up and step out, do a great job.
All right, any more comments?
Yeah, so I grew up here in LaVergne, and I grew up going to summers to library events, and I think it's great that it looks even better than when I was a kid. So, yeah, great work. It looks amazing.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're very happy to have you on board. Look forward to seeing you at our events.
Of course, I'm excited to be able to go back again.
Anything else? All right, I will officially call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.